course I miss you, darling. This is the loneliest place on Earth. Most exciting thing ever happens here is the day when it don't rain. Excuse me, darling, I got some work to do. What the heck is that? Get on in here, Pete. We got us a big old asteroid on 3-week...
I am a bloody blithering idiot.
course I miss you, darling. This is the loneliest place on Earth. Most exciting thing ever happens here is the day when it don't rain. Excuse me, darling, I got some work to do. What the heck is that? Get on in here, Pete. We got us a big old asteroid on a 3-week collision course with Earth.
The asteroid has been named Attila, after the war leader of the Huns, who devastated Europe just before the fall of the Roman Empire. Attila was first spotted in a tracking station in Borneo. According to NASA sources, the probability of impact with Earth is 99%.
5, 4, ignition, 2, 1.
The shuttle is up and away. This is not a mission the shuttle was designed for, but as Mission Commander Boston Lowe said in the press conference last night,
if the shuttle is the last hope of the human race, then it'll have to do the job, won't it? Wait a minute, folks. Let me introduce the landing team. Ludger Brink is a noted geologist. He'll evaluate our data on placement of the nuclear devices.
We have to be accurate. The idea isn't to blow Attila to bits. If we did, some of the pieces would certainly hit Earth with devastating effect.
And now I hardly have to introduce Maggie Robbins to you. She's probably the most well-known journalist in the world.
Maggie, you're famous for having once said that you never put up with censorship in any form. Now you're under NASA command.
Miss Robbins is a reporter by vocation, but on this mission she's...
I think I can answer the question myself, Commander Lowe. Danny, I trained for this mission, and I have work to do in laying the nuclear charges. When I come home, I'll be a reporter and tell you all about it. But during the mission, I'm part of the team, and I will obey Commander Lowe like any good soldier.
That may be the biggest news story of all. Maggie Robbins obeys orders.
In going over your bios, I find that Professor Brink is also a noted archaeologist. While it's well known that Maggie is a prodigy at learning new languages, is this just coincidence?
Not at all. We wanted the best and the brightest for this mission. Dr. Brink and Ms. Robbins are not narrow specialists. They are resourceful, widely educated, and creative thinkers.
Does that apply to you too, Commander Lowe?
My job is to keep everybody alive. I don't have to be brilliant. I just have to be careful. The other 2 crew members will remain with the shuttle. Ken Borden is the most experienced shuttle pilot we have. Cora Miles is our payload specialist. As you all know, she's a candidate for Congress, but we figured saving the planet is more important than campaigning.
It's cheaper, too.
Any parting message for the people of Earth?
We have exactly 1 chance, and we've got to do it right. Let all your prayers be with us.
Base. The not-so-final frontier.
Low here. Come on out, kids. The water's fine.
Robbins here, going independent.
Welcome to the wonderful world of space. Don't bump into anything.
I'll be careful, Commander.
Brink here, going independent.
Yes, note that the shuttle's angled so that we don't have to animate the door opening.
Howdy, Brink. Welcome to the place where geology and astronomy meet.
A professor once told me, astronomers are geologists with clean hands and a squint.
You going to quote him on that in some magazine, Robbins?
I'm just part of the landing team right now, Commander Lowe.
Yes, excuse me while I turn the subtitles on because bugger it.
It's the pig.
The
Payload
pig.
specialist Miles needs to use the remote arm to release it.
Brilliant. Right, let's remind myself of everything.
This is my penultimate personal digital assistant. It's the arming key for the explosives.
Egads.
Standard issue flashlight.
I would like to examine my examining icon. Nah, I can't do that. Oh yeah, you know, fate of the world. Gotta solve the, oops. Yeah, gotta stop this asteroid from landing. What better time than now to, whee! Yeah, what better time than now to play a silly little landing game? I don't think I ever actually successfully landed when I was a kid. As a kid, I was too derpy to understand the... No, apparently I am just crap at that.
It's not my fault. The buttons were sticky.
What buttons? It was a touchpad. Zoom over here. Mission aborted. Brilliant. I feel the need to examine Robbins.
Robbins, this is Lowe. Do you read?
Robin's here. What is it?
I am now going to ask all the conversation points until you have nothing left to say.
Getting anything juicy for your first article?
I'm not writing my article right now, Commander Lowe.
This is all pretty dull so far, Robbins. I hope you can find something interesting for your lead.
Commander Lowe, am I doing something wrong?
No, I'm just trying to be friendly.
And I'm trying to be a good crew member. Can't you forget for even 1 second that I'm a reporter?
Nope.
Just want to make sure you're having a wonderful time, Robbins.
I'm very, very happy, Commander Lowe.
Ah, the sarcasm is strong. Say something profound. I will profoundly make a
Have you
statement.
looked up at the Earth yet, Robbins?
Oh, is that big blue thing the Earth?
Ah,
Some people get vertigo when they realize that they're hanging upside down 200 miles over the ocean.
Do some of them throw up? Is that what you want me to do?
I thought it was something you might want to write about.
I actually had a pretty good career as a writer before I had you to think up ideas for me, Commander.
I don't know, if Robert Patrick was giving me ideas, I'd, you know, take them and use them.
I just want you to be happy, Robbins. So you'll write nice things about us.
I'm very, very happy, Commander Lowe.
I hope you're still happy, Robbins.
I'm very, very happy, Commander Lowe.
Tell me about Brink.
What do you think of our archaeologist, Brink?
I'm very impressed with his experience.
He headed the U.S. Geological Survey team that mapped the surface of Venus.
He'll be taking a close look at the asteroid to make certain the detonation points they've chosen are suitable. See that big tool chest? We call it the pig.
I've logged 100 hours working with every tool in the pig, Commander Lowe.
Everything okay with the pig?
As far as I can see, Commander.
Low out. Low to Brink. Come in, Brink. Brink here.
This is the earliest instance that I know of Steve Blum's voice acting career. Unless I am horrifically mistaken, mind you.
Are you getting a good look at the asteroid, Brink?
I have hardly looked at anything else, Commander.
Have you noticed anything unusual?
No one has ever been this close to an asteroid before, Commander. I cannot possibly know what is usual or unusual.
Is there anything that should make us reconsider the placement of the charges?
The original choice of quadrant seems adequate, Commander.
Do you see any problems, Brink?
As you Americans might say, Commander.
Hello and welcome to
we
my
will
stream.
take Attila's part.
I am playing a very old game that I adored as a kid.
Happy to set foot on a new world, Brink?
Attila is a very old world, Commander. It is merely new to us.
Spoil sport.
Let me know if you see anything unusual with the asteroid.
No problems yet, Commander.
Yeah, that wonderful moment in any adventure game where you just spam all the conversational topics.
Very unorthodox, bringing a reporter on a space mission.
I agree with that.
She is very capable, and she writes interesting stories.
Yeah, I don't recall if it's ever mentioned in the game itself why Maggie, the reporter, was chosen to fly this, you know, world-important mission.
Everything okay with the pig?
Everything's fine as far as I can see, Commander. Miles can tell you more than I can.
Low out.
Low out. Right. Miles.
Miles, this is Low. Do you read?
Yeah, Boston, I'm on you.
You wish.
In your dreams.
Ah, yes, they have history.
How's the congressional campaign going without you?
Well, my opponent is demanding equal time in space.
With or without a suit?
Just don't screw up the mission, Boston, and I'll be in Congress next January.
I just want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
Till my opponent offers you more money.
That was very, pessimistic of you.
I just want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
Only if you move to Mississippi, Boston.
I just want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
Maybe if somebody helps you figure out the levers in the voting booth.
Do you really think I'm that much of an idiot? What levers?
I just want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
Oh, you finally learned how to make an X.
Oh, the sarcasm is strong with this
I just
one.
want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
Oh, I've already got the aging astronaut vote locked up.
I just want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
And I haven't even paid you your $1 yet.
Bloody Nora, how many times is that question going to be asked?
I just want you to know you've got my vote, Cora.
Just don't tell anyone else, Boston. It might cost me the election.
We're ready when you are, Cora.
Just give the word, Boston, and you got yourself a pig.
I've always wanted a flying
Ready
pig.
for the deployment of the free fall tool chest.
Is the crew clear of the area?
Crew is clear. Proceed.
That animation could probably have been sped up.
Looking sweet, Boston. You just be good to my baby.
Okay. Let's have a perusal of the flying pig.
Team. I'm taking the pig down to the surface. Follow me.
You be good to my baby, Boston, you hear me?
We'll be back soon, Cora. Try not to miss me too much. Blow out.
Okie dokie. Let's actually look at the flying pig instead of moving it. Ah. A shovel. 0G digger and explosive units alpha and beta. We're ready to nuke this asteroid. And honestly, Robert Patrick, better choice than Bruce Willis. He can do this, no problem. To space. Quadrants 2, 4, and 3. Let's go in order, I suppose. Target surface.
It's where explosive alpha should be placed.
Ah, thanks for telling me. Explosive unit alpha.
The ground's too rough to attach the charge.
Right, so naturally, I pull out my 0G digger.
Let's see if we can clear up old Attila's complexion.
Yeah, don't even
Nice
hide
and slow
the
now.
fact you're pulling that out of nowhere. Hammer space is strong when in space.
Shuttle, this is low. We're placing the explosive in quadrant 2. Acknowledged. Could you give me a hand with this, Brink? I'll be right there, Commander Lowe.
And I'm still not seeing a use for the fact we have a reporter up here.
Excellent work, Brink. Ken, the charge is set. Instruments confirmed. Hey, I'm just so proud of you boys.
You know, does he have anything to say about explosive unit alpha now?
It's explosive device alpha.
Fair enough, you make it complicated. Not 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, of course. Is there anything here? Speaking of which, I'd never actually spoke to Borden.
Come in, Borden. I'm here, boss.
My God, it's Gordon Freeman!
Are we in position, Ken? Attila's given us less gravity than I expected, but the attitude jets are compensating.
Actually, you know, that would probably be a pretty good voice for Gordon Freeman.
You're saying Attila is less massive than we expected. Hey, maybe Attila's nothing but a big old bubble. How do we know what's inside an asteroid?
Valid question, I suppose.
Let me know if you notice something that would change our mission parameters. Sure thing, boss. Right now, Attila's sleeping like a baby. Reading a good book while we're working hard? Watch it, boss. I could live without you. Yeah, but you'd miss me, Ken. Give us the go-ahead on the explosives, Ken. Plant beta charge in quadrant 3. Make sure you get it on a level surface so Attila blows in the right direction.
How's our little piggy?
Ugly as ever, but Cora might have a different opinion.
Blow out.
Yeah, this spot here was absolutely useless. To quadrant 3.
There's a big rock right where I need to plant the nuke.
What happens if I actually try
It
to
won't
just...
accomplish anything.
Thank you, Robert Patrick. It will in fact not accomplish anything.
Guess what, boys and girls? Using the zero-G digger on this boulder is gonna work just as well as trying to move a sand dune with a teaspoon. We better think of something else.
Better find out what Mission Control suggests.
Mission Control? I'm not calling Houston until I'm sure there's nothing we can do. Just think for a minute.
Yes, let's think. I have a shovel.
Cora, Ken, I'm jamming the shovel in under the boulder, then using maximum down thrust to pry it up. Does that sound workable?
Well, I'm a little short on data about the tensile strength of shovel handles in zero-G under maximum thrust conditions. In other words, who knows? It might work.
Boss, be careful. If the handle breaks, maximum down thrust will smash you right into Attila. You know the saying, whether the stone hits the glass or the glass hits the stone, it ain't gonna hurt the stone.
Thanks for the encouragement, Ken. Brink, if this actually works, the boulder's going to come flying straight at you. Better fly clear.
Thanks for the warning.
Looks like it worked.
Now, aren't you glad I made sure the tool chest had a shovel in it? My rule is, if you can pick it up, take it with you, because you never know when you might need it.
It's
I have
almost...
the same rule, Cora, but I thought it only applied to women in bars. If you can pick her up...
Careful, Ken. You don't want to find yourself getting quoted as a sexist pig in Maggie's article.
I'm not here to spy on you.
Lighten up, Robbins. They're just teasing you. If they thought you were really a spy, they'd never talk freely on the open frequency.
If you can pick it up, take it with you. It's almost like she knows that this is a click-and-point adventure game.
Shuttle, this is low. Now placing the explosive on the face of the asteroid in Quadrant 3.
Acknowledged.
I need another hand here, Brink.
Of course, Commander.
As a geologist, I am perfectly suited to arming a nuclear device. I forgot to use the arming key on the other one.
Look at the pretty red light, boys and girls. I'd say this charge is armed.
Or no flashy red light on the map here. I feel offended.
This asteroid has a pair of landing lights now, kids. Stick a fork in us, we're done.
Who writes your material, Commander?
Oof.
I get it all out of the newspapers, Robbins.
Gotta love some banter. Yeah, still no blinky light. Could have sworn that...
Load aboard and do you copy?
I'm here, boss.
Both nukes are in place and armed. We made pretty good time, I think.
Come on back home and we'll celebrate with a banquet of food in the tube.
Food in a tube.
Do you think the pig survive these explosions?
Well, if Cora wasn't sure, do you think she'd let you leave her baby down there?
Blowout.
Cora seems really, really attached to this thing. No, not Bink.
Motor Brink, come in. Brink. Brink here. Blowout. Borden, this is Low. Do you read?
I read you, Low. What is it?
Well, we've armed the nukes. We want to...
Both nukes are in place and armed. We made pretty good time, I think.
Looks good, boss. Come on back inside for the fireworks.
Confirm everybody inside.
All in, Cora.
All clear payload.
All clear, landing team.
All clear, shuttle.
Confirm doors closed.
Doors closed.
I mean, credit where it's due. It's kind of rare that you ever actually see any depiction of a space vessel flying with the planetary body, technically speaking, above the...
The explosives armed. Houston gives us the go-ahead. Say when, boss.
Do it. Now let's see, is it the big green triangle or the little red circle?
Shut up and push, Ken. My baby's getting impatient.
Here we go. We have detonation, Alpha and Beta.
What are the instruments showing?
Nothing big coming our way.
What's the pig telling us, Cora?
Attila's still in one piece. There's a lot of seismic bounce, some fracturing. We're stable again. The radioactivity in Quadrant 1 is well within the safe range.
What does Houston say, Ken?
Everything's go for a surface walk at your option.
Then let's go, landing team. Let's see what Attila looks like after plastic surgery. Be careful, kids. Attila is more dangerous now than before we tamed him.
Those were certainly profound first words to speak on Earth's new moon.
I'm not making speeches, Robbins. I'm concerned about keeping everybody alive.
Commander, I can collect rock samples later. Right now, I would like to get below the surface down into that tunnel.
We're gonna do it eventually. We might as well do it now. You agree, Robbins?
I'm game for it.
I've called the pig. We'll send it on ahead to light the way.
Remember, any rock may be loose, and any wall may collapse at any time.
Please be careful, everyone. Cora, send down the pig, please. We'll need the light.
That was brisk. Cora, send it down. Zoom.
You see anything unusual, Brink?
It's hard to determine how this tunnel was formed.
It wasn't created by the explosion?
No, it's very ancient. The explosions opened the door, but this tunnel... Old, but not as old as the asteroid.
What does that mean?
I don't know yet. It just feels unnatural. There are some odd projections near the bottom of this tunnel that don't seem to belong here.
Metallic plate, odd projection. Odd projection.
Robbins, this is Low.
Robin's here. I read you.
Everything looks pretty strange with the light coming up with a pig like this.
My dad used to put a flashlight under his face on Halloween and scare the neighborhood kids. It made him look so eerie.
See anything interesting?
Everything here is interesting.
but it's Brink who actually understands what he's seeing.
Looks like Brink lined up the nukes perfectly.
Yes, Commander. The mission is a success.
Low out. Low to Brink. Come in, Brink.
Brink here. I read you.
Sorry, we don't have any better light source than the pig.
My problem isn't lack of light. It's lack of experience with the interior of asteroids.
You see anything unusual?
It's hard to determine how this tunnel was formed.
It wasn't created by the explosions?
No, it's very ancient. The explosions opened the door, but this tunnel... old, but not as old as the asteroid.
How can you tell?
I don't know. Let me think a minute.
I'll check back with you.
Low out.
Odd projection.
I think you're right, Brink. The stone projection isn't natural.
Yes, but what is it doing here?
Brink, I wish I knew what these odd projections are.
I've taken pictures of them for analysis.
Brink, I wish I knew what these odd projections are.
I've taken pictures of them for analysis.
Note to self, do not tap the space bar.
I may be criticized for it later, but I'm gonna dig out one of these odd projections.
It's your decision, Commander.
Look at this, Brink. This can't be natural.
It's a big shape.
Definitely not. A metal plate. Definitely an artifact.
An artifact? But who could have put something like this in a tunnel?
Yes, I think it's clear. Wherever Attila came from, there was someone there.
Could this be part of some kind of message? Like the one NASA put in Voyager?
If it's a message, I don't understand it.
Whatever it is, we've got to tell Houston immediately.
Negative, Robbins. I'm clamping down total security as of this moment.
You've got to be kidding.
You've been telling me all along you just want to be an ordinary member of the mission. I've had secret orders all along to look for any sign of alien presence on this rock. And now that we've found it, my instructions are clear. What I want to hear from both of you right now is, I understand, Commander Lowe.
I understand and agree, Commander Lowe. There is nothing to be gained from a premature announcement.
Robbins.
I understand, Commander Lowe.
Ken, Lowe here.
I read you, boss.
Tell Houston that I said Attila's a real Hun.
What? Is that some kind of joke?
Just tell them, Gordon. You'll receive new communication protocols immediately afterward.
Oh, cool. This is like a secret code.
Just think, Cora. You're the only one in Congress who knows anything about this.
Houston says the message is received and they're transmitting new codes.
We're getting back to work down here, Ken. Low out.
Just tap the metallic plate.
I'm giving this baby a little push.
If that doesn't work, Commander, give it a big push.
The plate just dropped down, inside something.
The plate is gone?
It's a deep hole into the rock.
Brink, I wish I knew what these odd projections are.
I've taken pictures of them for analysis.
Okay, don't bother clicking on the other odd projections. Just get on with the zero-G digger.
It's another metal plate.
I wish there were some sort of inscription.
It won't accomplish anything.
for 3 here, folks.
I've heard of putting a message in a bottle, but never in a big rock.
Ah, yes. Bang up. Bang up animation right there.
I'm going to push another one.
I wish we could be sure we weren't destroying whatever message they meant us to receive.
It seems to me that if they didn't mean us to push these metal plates, we wouldn't be able to push them.
There's logic in your statement.
Here's number 3.
It disappeared too.
Now for the very big one.
Here's the last one.
Well, we've done it. Whatever it is we did.
It's the pig.
Well, here goes nothing.
We're with you, Commander.
Now there is no way to mistake this asteroid as anything other than artificial.
The asteroid is hollow.
Time to update Houston. Low to shuttle. Static. Must be all this rock.
We're cut off. Should we go back outside and call them?
Nah, they can sit tight for a few more minutes while we poke around.
If memory serves, actually going back through the tunnel and messaging didn't actually do anything. Ah, a pedestal.
A raised area with indentations.
Pretty certain the big one's just downsized itself.
These plates probably fit together, but how?
Right, so I believe it's
These
this one.
plates probably fit together, but how?
Yeah, so this one will go right. That one will be bottom.
A metal
No,
plate
top, rather.
floating near the pedestal.
Yes. The joy of 0G. It's floating. And now for the plot to actually begin. I do like this, the play on the shapes in this game. Womp, womp.
What's happening?
I'm moving!
Like someone turned me inside out twice.
It's a little difficult to move now.
That's because we've got gravity. Planet-type gravity. We're not inside the asteroid anymore. And the pressure is equalized. There's an atmosphere.
Can we breathe it?
Our suits are checking that automatically. Here we are. Yes, it's at least as breathable as the air in LA.
So,
There's
not
always the
breathable
danger
at
of
all.
airborne infectious agents.
I don't think so. Alien microbes should be no threat to us. They have not evolved to make use of our cell structures.
The oxygen in our suits won't last long anyway. I say we take them off and save the remaining oxygen for the return trip.
If there is a return trip.
Yeah, I was going to comment. Very optimistic thinking.
The air tastes good.
Surprise, surprise. Attila was a spaceship all along.
A starship, faster than light. We're not in our own solar system. No planet but Earth has an atmosphere like this, and this ain't Earth.
After so many years of bad TV shows and crackpots with phony pictures, here is the real proof. There is alien life.
Load a cockpit, over. Load a payload, over. Yeah, I'd say we're out of range.
Yeah,
Way
think.
out of range.
I don't see any aliens coming to greet us.
For all we know, it might have been 1,000,000 years since these people sent out Attila, and they long since died out.
I don't know about you, but I didn't pack a lunch.
Or a can of pop.
Well, we might as well look around and learn what we can about this place. We might be here a while.
Really? No comment whatsoever.
This planet is alive. That means it must be possible to survive here. I guess this isn't a natural geological formation, right, Brink?
Look how close the stones fit. Like ancient Peruvian masonry.
So it's primitive.
There was nothing primitive about ancient Peruvian masonry, Commander Lowe.
Well, Brink seems to really like his ancient Peruvian masonry.
How are you doing, Brink?
You mean apart from being trapped on an alien planet with no idea of how to get back?
Yeah, actually.
This is a pretty desolate place.
Whoever once lived here, I think they are long since gone. So much dust. Undisturbed except by our own feet.
Can you make any sense of what you see here?
A good archaeologist doesn't expect to make sense of things until he's been digging at a site for years.
We don't have years.
Maybe years are all we have.
Yeah.
I hope you can figure some way out of this place. I don't think we'll be able to climb these walls.
In my years of studying rocks and ancient sites, I learned that sometimes the best way down is up, and sometimes the best way up is down.
Yeah, well, I hope that made sense to you, because it sure didn't make any sense to me. Brink, how does Maggie seem to be holding up?
She seems to be fine, Commander.
I'm okay.
We all have to watch out for each other. Thanks. Robbins. You doing okay?
Oh, I'm fine. This is the greatest story of my life. The only trouble is, I have no way of telling it to anybody.
This place is as desolate as the Midwest.
Almost as desolate as the Midwest.
Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore.
If only I had ruby slippers.
Maggie, does Brink look okay to you?
So far, he looks fine.
I'm okay, Commander. Thanks for your concern.
We all have to watch out for each other. Thanks.
To the
Where are
clearing.
you going, Lo?
I was gonna check for water. Or some way out of here.
I think we should remain together.
Fine. Follow me.
This is no longer a space expedition, Lo. This is an archaeological dig. Therefore, I am the obvious leader.
Fine. Whenever we need to dig something up, you can use the shovel. In the meantime, our first business is to survive. Our second task is to get home. We need to work together, and I'm still the commander of this mission.
You don't know any more about surviving on an alien world than I do.
Boston is right, Ludger. He's the one with experience in survival, and we need someone in command. This is no time for a foolish power struggle.
All right, I agree. For now.
Yes, menacing that for now.
Fantastic! Look!
More proof of alien life.
Do you think there's anyone or anything alive?
It seems someone had to have been here.
Let's hope they're peaceful. Or gone. This alien technology is hopelessly ruined.
Oh, you don't know that. The aliens could like the whole ruined aesthetic. I mean, okay, yeah, the great big gouged hull is...
Can you tell anything about what these people look like from the interior of their ship?
All this rust. Corrosion. Perhaps animals have moved things around. Hard to know what we're looking at. Let me look. Try not to disturb anything.
I take that as a cue to do all the disturbing.
We might need this wire later. I'm gonna see if I can pull it down.
First, shouldn't you turn the power off at the breaker box?
What?
That was a joke, Lo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Huh. Stand back in case something comes down on our heads.
It gads. Tis a phantasm.
Look at it. It's beautiful.
Changing shapes, mathematical progressions of ever more complex polyhedrons.
Next time I suggest pulling a wire.
No, I'm glad you did. What could that have been?
Not a random electrical discharge.
Maybe it's a kind of computer display. Maybe to the aliens who piloted this ship it conveyed some meaningful information. But to me, it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you know, ghost of polyhedron past. Geometric shapes.
It still might be useful.
Yeah, I pulled it down. I'm not leaving it.
Did any of you see? Was this here before that thing appeared?
Of course it was. Do you think an electrical field can carry a solid object?
Ah.
Well, I don't see any treasure, but there is something in here. When we get back, the engineers are gonna have a field day trying to figure out how this worked. Some kind of device. I have no clue what it might be for. It's a rod. Engraved. 5 geometric shapes. It's indicating to the right.
Intriguing. Right, to our second point of interest.
Not just plants, but creatures too. I'm not an archaeologist, but these look like bones to me.
But they are not lying where the animal died. They were placed here. Markers.
A grave?
Best guess.
And now a home for those rat-like things. It's some kind of burial site.
Yep. Well, I'm going to dig up the grave.
What? Are you just going to dig right in? With a shovel? You will destroy the site.
I'm not doing archaeology right now, Brink. I'm looking for something to help get us home.
Your name will live forever. As the bone-headed space hero who destroyed precious data at the first alien archaeological site.
That's better than having my name live forever. As a commander of an expedition that disappeared and was never heard from again. Now get out of the way if you aren't gonna help, Brink. This might take a while.
What a fine accomplishment, Commander. Now we have a pile of meaningless dirt and bones.
Maybe not. You never know when an alien bone will prove useful.
They appear to be some sort of tusks. Whatever creature these bones used to be, I don't think we've got anything like it on Earth. What do you think? Was this the skull of a sentient being? Or a pet? Or a beast of burden?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's dead.
It's a strange-shaped jawbone. The teeth still look strong. This is light, but it feels as strong as steel.
And final point of interest.
Do you think we could climb this slope?
No use. It doesn't go up all the way to the top.
The engravings on this wall, are they writing or decoration?
You're asking us?
Well, not necessarily. Now, this following, my dad spent hours not knowing what to do in a later puzzle because he never did this.
It seems to be pointing at this mound.
Yes. Later down the line, there was a puzzle and my dad spent hours because he was not able to dig up this small mound.
With that device pointing at this mound, I suspect there might be something buried here.
How scientific of you, Commander. Another random hole bulldozed by our fearless leader.
Maybe not. I thought I saw something shining. An artifact.
Yes, thank you, Maggie. You understand I have method behind my madness.
It looks like a bracelet.
This artifact is very delicate. It looks like it may be useful as well as ornamental.
I wouldn't mind wearing it, but it's too small for my wrist.
There go my intentions of flirting. Ah, ghost of geometrical shapes.
I think we can safely say this is not a natural weather phenomenon.
How about a mirage? Anyone voting for it being a mirage?
It knew we were here. It was trying to tell us something, or show us something.
Don't be too quick to anthropomorphize.
How do we know what life looks like here?
It might be alive, or it might be some kind of automatic guidance system. We triggered it in that ruined ship, and now it's leading us.
You mean this is the last gasp of a holographic tour guide?
Or the Port Authority. Maybe it's telling us we're under arrest. Come quietly, or self-aiming lasers will toast us to cinders in 15 seconds.
Stop it. Maybe you can think that's funny, but the last thing I need is some mischievous boy trying to give me the creeps.
If I wanted to give you the creeps, I'd tell you that it was the ghost of a long-dead alien.
How do you know it isn't a ghost?
What? You think this is where aliens end up when they die? If it is, then this place better be hell, because it sure isn't my idea of heaven.
Now you're starting to give me the creeps.
Nope.
It's too small and dark to see if this hole leads anywhere.
Well, our shovel is getting the optimal use.
I'm gonna see if I can enlarge the hole. Maybe there's something under here.
Yeah, maybe something lives down in that hole.
The utterances of experts.
The ground is soft here. Loose. I think this used to be an opening, and over the years, wind has filled it up with sand and dirt.
Here, let me see. Yes, that's right. You're probably right.
That means the ground is treacherous. It could be hollow under there.
Commander, I think it's time for an archaeologist to do the digging. I'm used to dealing with drifted soil.
The shovel is yours, Brink. Just be careful. The ground's pretty unstable. My feet kept sinking.
My whole training is to be careful. Not to charge in with guns blazing. Finally, a good use for my extensive training.
Does that have a telescoping handle or something? That handle keeps shifting size.
No! It's completely...
I can't...
No!
Ah!
Brink! I couldn't get to him in time. I couldn't.
It happened too fast. How long a drop is it?
Looks like the rubble has formed a ramp. Follow me. Here he is. He's not moving.
Brink! Boston. He's dead.
I should have been the one digging.
Then you'd be the dead one.
It was my responsibility to.
Brink and I are not children or trained monkeys. We're responsible adults. It could have been any of us, and there's not a thing you could have done to prevent it.
But to lose Brink, and we've only been up here.
Look, you can't keep me safe, and I can't keep you safe. So there's no particular reason for us to stay together. Our odds of getting back to Earth are better if we work separately on figuring this place out.
I don't like the idea of splitting up.
Why? Because we're safer together? Ask Brink about that.
Because maybe I won't know what I'm seeing without you to help me understand it.
If you find something interesting, the communicators still work. Till then, adios, ciao, sayonara, auf Wiedersehen.
Maggie, it's against every rule of military action for an officer to be separated from his command.
Boston, this isn't a military action. And you don't have a command. There's just you and me, and we both know exactly the same amount about this situation, which is to say, nada, nothing, zip. If we suddenly find ourselves facing an army, then you're in command again. Until then, adios, ciao, sayonara, auf Wiedersehen.
Nobody likes you when you smart off like that.
Yeah, all my psychological tests as a kid said that I didn't work well with others.
So this is what failure feels like.
It was a very sarcastic exit from Maggie. Oh, that looks familiar.
Looks like one of the control plates we found on Attila. Looks like one of the control plates we found on Attila. You could be irritating sometimes, but you sure didn't deserve to die. Well, that probably wouldn't hurt too. The plants seem to draw energy from my body and disperse it among all the plants. They must share a common root system.
I mean, everybody was acting as if Boston was the dumb muscle of the group, but he came to that conclusion pretty well. Aha. Another alcove.
This reminds me of the control panel from the asteroid.
Indeed.
Maybe if I find all the right metal plates and arrange them the right way, just like before. Somebody spent a long time engraving these smooth grooves on the surface of this column. I wish I knew what for. Another one of these engraved sticks. What are they? Wands? Batons? Bludgeons? Maybe some kind of handheld computer game. With my luck, it's a hand grenade.
But unlike this one, I can actually examine this one.
The door is shut tight.
Dark tunnel, ramp. I don't need to go through the dark tunnel yet.
It's hot here. And it's glowing down there. 10 to 1, it's the power source for this place. All I need to do now is to find the light switch. Or the plug. Or the fuse box. Or whatever makes this thing work. An instruction manual might help. Maybe a map. And I could use a sandwich. and a hot jukebox and a cold beer. Or just a starship headed for home. Get a grip, Boston.
I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty reasonable reaction to the fact that you are, well, stuck on an alien planet.
Nothing happened.
Okay. So that's clear. That's backspace. So purple and blue. I need to work out which is which. Okay. Okie dokie. Right, let's go with 5 of these and see where it appears. Ah, 5 was perfect. I think that's the right position. I might need to remove one of the yellow splooges. Right. Nope, need to remove one. Oh, come on. Guess I need to remove another one. I will brute force this. My mathematical skills are so terrible, I can't measure anything. There we go. Right. Now we shall go. Let's try up 3. Nope, needed to be up 4. Yeah, screw being clean about it. I'm just going to add. Now, I told you about the item that made my dad lose hours going in circles. Now for the item that meant that I never actually finished this game when I was a kid.
This seems delicately attached. I don't think the spade is necessary.
Are you okay? As a kid, I never found that blue crystal. Actually, tell a lie, I found it, but because I took it before I did that puzzle, the drone didn't have power, so I put it back, and then I forgot about it. So, as a child, there was one puzzle I never finished because I was a complete and utter blithering idiot. Right, we've gone in circle. I believe this is the first door we need to go through, so we need blue pyramid, blue sphere, green diamond. Blue, green, blue, green. Blue sphere next. Come on. Keeping in mind, I might have just made a wrong choice. Okay, maybe it wasn't that door. I mean, it would be too simple for it to be a... Sphere. Nope. Cube. What did I say? Did I actually say?
I hope this was a good idea. So what is through this door? A death trap? A mad scientist with a pretty girl and a talking robot? An alien cafeteria? Why am I just standing here?
I don't know.
As Brink found out, the worst thing that can happen is you can take one wrong step and you're dead.
Goody goody gumdrop.
So much for the cafeteria idea.
Boston, are you there?
They use geometric shapes as a kind of combination for the locks.
Boston, you won't believe where I am. I'm in a place filled with alien technology, the most fantastic things I've ever seen. And the machines are working.
What are they doing?
I don't know yet. I mean, they're really alien. Like nothing I've seen before.
Don't go too fast, Maggie.
I'll be careful, Boston. But it's not like we have time to use correct scientific procedures to test these things.
Where are you? How can I get to you?
I wish I knew. It's a sure thing you can't get here the way I did. I slid through a low tunnel in the rock, and then it kind of got filled with debris when the roof collapsed.
You could have been killed.
Gee, I guess this isn't safe. But if we'd been together, whoever went through the crack second would definitely have been killed. Keep that in mind when you're thinking about coming to save me. I handled it just fine.
Yeah, I guess you did.
We're both doing okay, Boston. We'll find a way to connect up with each other when it matters.
Maggie? Good work.
Thanks, Boston.
Ah. Right, let's call the tram. Honestly, riding that thing would make me so motion sick. I get dizzy so easily. In I go.
Now I know what my pet hamster felt like.
Be right back.
I need some help to pry this door open.
Yes, curse this old old stone door.
An earthquake appears to have jammed this door closed.
Oh. How can you tell that's how it's closed? It's like... yeah.
Nothing could open
whatever.
this door.
You didn't even try it. That is a fossil.
Plenty of water here. If it's drinkable, then we won't die right away. We'll have plenty of time to starve to death. If Maggie were here, I'd tell her not to take a chance on swimming in the same water with a large eel that may or may not think of her as dinner. So maybe I'll take my own advice and stay on dry land.
Yeah.
Robbins, this is Lowe. Do you read?
Robin's here. I read you.
Maggie, I found a plate like the ones in the asteroid that triggered our journey here.
For all we know, any plates we find might send us on a voyage to the opposite edge of the galaxy.
Tell you what, I'll keep looking for more of them and you decipher that language so we can read the directions.
Great. You get to look for metal things lying around on the ground while I have to decode a completely alien language without any information about how they think or what they might be writing about. Yeah, that's a fair division of labor.
If you'd like, we can swap.
Got any ideas about our friendly ghost? Do you think it was trying to get one of us hurt?
How can I know, Boston? But I think it was trying to show us how to get down here. Brink falling and getting killed, that was an accident. Whether the ghost is a sentient being or some kind of holographic guide, it led us into a different part of the complex, didn't it?
Yeah, but is that good or bad?
It's better than sitting around in the sunlight wishing for a swimming pool.
Thanks.
Thanks. You didn't even... I swear if I did that, I'd be moaned at. Yeah, I'm going to say thanks while I shuttle.
Another ghost. The last one pointed the way down into the Nexus. Of course, that's how Brink died.
No, not my penultimate.
It looks like it might reflect or transmit light. Some kind of lens. Looks like a panel. I can't open it.
Strange device.
It seems to be made of light, but it still looks like a bridge to me.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you just randomly walk on it. Fool. Hi.
It doesn't look safe to walk there.
Oh, but you know, the beam of light making a light bridge, that is safe?
This thing is so transparent, it's almost invisible. A bunch of displays set into the walls. Inscriptions here and there. I'd say it looks like some kind of museum. Symbols written on a plate. Looks like an alphabet.
Yep, I'm taking this with me, naturally.
A crystal. Green. It almost looks alive.
Now for the big MacGuffin of this game. Oh, there were two of them.
Strange glowing crystals.
That's what happens to us.
Could this be some sort of burial chamber?
Glad you got that from that display, because it's all going over my head. That one was a little more self-explanatory. I understood that. We have the power to bring life
Another one
from
of these engravings
death.
on a stick.
Last display.
That canister sure packs a punch.
Boston!
Maggie, I found you.
I wasn't aware that I was missing.
You know what I mean. I found a way to get where you are. Through the museum, back that way.
That's nice, Boston. If that's the museum, then I guess this is the library.
I found out how to open doors back in the Nexus. There's a tram that leads out here.
Look, Boston, I think it's great you're finding things out, but I'm trying to concentrate here. I feel like I'm so close to making sense of some of this stuff, and I just want to stay here and keep working. All right?
Sure, of course. Anyway, I know where to find you, and you know how to get out of here if you want to.
Thanks. Yes. When I learn something, I'll call you on the box, okay?
All right. All right, yes, I won't bug you anymore right now.
I think most people know that particular tone she just gave him. Okay, back to the museum. We had our clue for the next major advancement of the plot. Walk, walk, walk. Do 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 do. Love the music in this game. I don't think I've stated it yet, but yeah, Greg Land. I think it was Greg Land. You did an amazing job with this. Yeah, it was Greg Land, wasn't it? The same guy that did the Monkey Island games. Let's try this one. Okay, red poly, pyramid, poly, and then blue cube. Oh, back up. Slowly going through, and then it's going to turn out that it's not the right one. Double check that I've actually got the right. Yep, so it's not that one. High Brink's body. That door isn't openable right now. Let's try Star Door here. It was a blue... No, not the pen. Yeah, blue cube. Aha! I are a genius.
Uh-oh. The other trams came as soon as I called them. Maybe there are some controls somewhere.
Right. I cannot advance because... reasons. So we will go ahead with...
Who knows if this will even work? Even if these really are the same crystals I saw resurrecting an alien in that museum display, they weren't designed for humans. But it's worth a shot. Brink, are you okay?
I feel fine. What happened? I remember digging, and the ground gave way under me.
Brink, you've been dead for several hours.
Hours?
You Americans, always exaggerating.
I assure you, Brink, no pulse, no breath. dead. But I found a couple of life crystals in a museum, and from a display there, I got an idea of how to use them.
Where's the crystal? I have to see it.
I wasn't sure it would work on a human being.
Our cellular structures must be very similar. Boston, it didn't just bring me to life. It brought me to life. I feel more powerful, more energetic, more alive than I've ever felt before.
Maggie, do you read me?
Yes, I do. I hope this is important.
I think so. Brink isn't dead anymore, Maggie.
You have a very sick sense of humor. Goodbye.
No, wait, I'm serious.
Deadly serious.
Brink! I can't believe it.
It was a crystal I found in the museum. The display there showed it bringing someone back to life. So I tried it.
A crystal that heals the dead. If we ever get back home, this will change the world. It'll change everything.
It's not just being alive again, Maggie. I feel perfect. I feel like I never knew what good health was until today.
Now it's all the more important we find a way home.
It's always kind of important to me.
Keep exploring, Boston. I'll get back to work on the language.
You got it, Maggie. That could be a really bad idea.
Now, I saw a beam coming up from the sort of canyon point. There we are. Look at that. I mean, it was a completely pointless little show, but I figured why not. Now I have help opening that door that was blocked by an earthquake. Again, how I know that that's what blocked the door is beyond me. Oh, hurry up. You're useless. You're so slow. I don't know why I keep hitting space as if it's going to skip things. Back in these days, space was pause. Right. Come on, let's open the weakened door.
Brink, would you give me a hand with this?
Sure.
Sure.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Ah.
That was the longest visit from a ghost yet.
Really?
The whole display centered on this basin. It's full of crystals. Are these the life crystals? Like the one you used to bring me back to life?
They look like it.
Then it couldn't be more clear. These life crystals are the reason they brought us to this world. They have found the secret of life, and they want to share.
Weren't you watching, Brink? I don't care what language you speak, that ghost shaped itself like a skull.
Yeah.
It was warning us. These crystals are dangerous.
It was the symbol of death, Lo. These crystals are the antidote for death. That's what it meant.
What if there are side effects? Did you think of that?
The side effect is that I feel better than I ever felt before. If you had used a life crystal on yourself, your mind would also be as clear as mine. And you'd see that there is nothing more important than getting these crystals and using them.
Brink, I think you're wrong. I think we need to be careful.
These aliens are kind and good, Commander. They have given us a gift.
Yeah? Well, if this is all so perfect, where are these aliens?
Maybe they've moved on to a higher plane of existence.
Or maybe they're all dead.
See how badly your brain is working. How could they be dead? They invented these life crystals. Commander, I feel sorry for you. Still tied down by an ordinary mind and ordinary fears. But I feel too good to want to argue with you. Believe what you want. I'm taking as many of these crystals as I can carry.
Well, I'm gonna take some for study back on Earth. I'm just not gonna use them.
But you will, Commander.
That could be a really bad idea.
I swear that last time I played this game, there was a different dialogue for trying to do that. Uh-huh.
A canister. Didn't I see a picture of something like this in one of the museum displays?
Yes, the scale model of Deep Space Nine caused a big boom. It was quite the show.
Brink. What do you think the chances are that scientists back on Earth will be able to figure out these life crystals and make more?
They have to, that's all. You have no idea how good it feels to have such strength surging through my body. And not just my body. My mind has never been so alert. We have to find more of these crystals if we can. More and more of them.
I got this inscription from the museum. What do you think?
I think that's Maggie's department. I don't want to be bothered with things like this.
Oh, ye who is all about the blimmin' archaeology, I give you an archaeological artifact. I don't want to be bothered by this.
I couldn't believe it when I first realized that these aliens made bridges out of light.
What I can't believe is that you were able to bring yourself to take that first step.
Yeah, I agree.
The ghost we saw that led us to that hole you fell through. I saw another one at the museum spire.
A museum guide?
Whatever these ghosts are, I think they're trying to lead us to something.
Ah, but are they leading us somewhere we want to go?
Do you think Maggie can learn an alien language?
She's very intuitive. If she used a crystal, she could learn anything.
Thanks.
You sound like a pusher.
Brink.
No, I don't want to talk to him again.
Never mind.
Brink, never mind. Brink, never mind. Oh god, now for the worst puzzle in the game.
Hey, Brink. Do you think... Brink? Brink? Where are you? Brink, answer me.
Brink, can you hear me? Where are you?
Maggie? Brink's run off. He wasn't acting very rational when we found a big supply of life crystals. I'm afraid maybe those things are addictive. Or they altered his personality or something. A ghost tried to warn us, but Brink was feeling too cocky to listen to good advice.
Just when this place starts looking benign, it finds new ways to be dangerous.
Anyway, I'm going on without him. I can't think of anything else to do.
I'll try to contact him now and then, see if he's willing to talk.
Thanks, Maggie. I'm beginning to take this personally. Nobody wants to stay with me. Maybe it's my deodorant. I think it failed somewhere back there on Attila.
Loose bones. How many times will it take me to... Maybe. That looks sort of right. Oh, fool! Yeah, that's definitely not the case. It's better. Lots of an overlap. Ah, no. There we go. It's more like it. I am really hoping that this is it. Come on, use the canister with the loose bones.
It won't do anything. It won't do anything.
As I said, I hate it. 'Cause you have to sort of go, and it's not even that good an angle to see the fossil. Please tell me it hasn't. No, because that's definitely not the case.
You just need a little something to make you complete, my friend.
There we go.
How about a little alien explosive device?
Huzzah! That was bloody quick.
Boom.
Yeah, there wasn't even a hesitation there.
Now that the water's safe for swimming, I think it's time to see what's in that underwater cave.
What underwater cave? Aha, another plate.
Nice view.
It is a very pretty view.
Another engraving.
Yeah, who owns the right to the dig at this point? Because I would really like them to do a remaster in the same way that they remastered Full Throttle. You know, sort of hand-drawn graphics to replace the dated graphics. I'm going to quickly go chat with Maggie. Sort of shifting subject there, but whatever.
Yes?
Robbins. How are you doing with your data retrieval?
I'm retrieving, I'm just not understanding.
But you're pretty sure it's their language.
I don't know. Just like the museum you found, I think this library was meant to be used by lots of different species. I think this language may have been especially designed to be easy to translate.
If it's easy, why is it taking so long?
It's easy compared to translating a genuinely alien language that you've never heard spoken aloud. Give me a break, Boston. I think I've got a handle on a couple of the symbols, but I have to test it out and see if it makes sense.
I'm thinking that maybe we should consider teaming up again.
Why? I think the answer to getting home is here in these displays. You go out and explore like you have been, and I'll work at getting us home. When I figure it out, I'll take you with me. No charge.
I wish I knew how these life crystals work. Brink's probably using them on himself right now. Getting some kind of high.
I just hope he isn't killing himself.
Maybe Life Crystal isn't the right name for them. I found this in the museum. Can you read it?
It's not the same set of symbols I'm finding in the database here. I don't think it's designed for strangers to be able to read it.
But it was in the
I
museum.
wish you could read this inscription. I keep thinking that it really matters.
Give me a chance to get a handle on their language first. I'll give your inscriptions a try when I can.
You won't believe what I found, Maggie. The central island and the 5 rock spires around it aren't just connected by underwater trams. There are also light bridges leading from the spires to this amazingly transparent crystal above the center island.
A bridge made from light?
I know, it doesn't make any sense, but it's true.
Their technology is so far advanced beyond ours that I don't know if anything could surprise me now.
If they can make bridges out of light, you have to wonder if they can make anything else.
You mean light beer?
I was thinking more of a lighthouse. Light summer clothing.
Light-hearted.
Light-minded.
Light-fingered.
Cue the constant barrage of light.
Light-minded.
Did you already do that?
Light-fingered.
Light summer clothing.
Nah, you've already done that.
Light-hearted.
Maggie, I found some plates like the ones in the asteroid that triggered our journey here.
For all we know, any plates we find might send us on a voyage to the opposite edge of the galaxy.
Tell you what, I'll keep looking for more of them and you decipher that language so we can read the directions.
Great. You get to look for metal things lying around on the ground while I have to decode a completely alien language without any information about how they think or what they might be writing about. Yeah, that's a fair division of labor.
Have you seen this boy?
What?
Nothing. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Gotta work out which door I can open next. And despite the fact that moving between rooms and sections I can teleport, no, the tram I have to watch the walk the entire way. Thanks, game. Oh god, motion sickness. Boston, the fact that you can walk straight is a miracle. Right, I think the next door will be... left or right, left or right. You know, I keep checking the one on the left. It's gonna be that one eventually. Knowing my luck, the one time I don't check it first thing, it will be the one that I was supposed to use.
I don't think I want to kick this door in.
I mean, you could try. Green sphere, blue pyramid, red squiggle. Green, blue, red, red. Did I just call it a spear? I keep doing that. Green diamond. That's completely thrown me now. Right, blue pyramid, red pyramid. Blue pyramid. Oh, I'll have to go the full length. Red pyramid, and the last colour was red squiggles. Oh, it's the tram call button. Up. A very descriptive name for where I'm about to go. Up. Wow, I honestly wasn't trying to do it first try. I always get a good laugh out
First time I ever
of falling
did the wave
off.
all by myself.
Kadonk. Right, not that I'm ever going to need to go that way again, but sure. Let's use the strange device.
That should have turned on another light bridge, and it didn't. Bummer.
Yeah, bummer.
I guess when you abandon machinery long enough, it's going to get out of adjustment. Just needs a little adjustment.
There we go. Ba-dong. It's looking a little more,
It doesn't look safe to walk there. It's hard to see anything.
Oh.
It's hard to see anything. I think I can make out some kind of shape.
Descriptive. Plateau and crevice. I say let's explore the crevice. Pick up a blue rod.
It's a glowing blue rod.
Oh my.
Yeah, right. Like I'm gonna stick my hand in some crack in the rock on an alien planet. The way things have been going, I can pretty much bet that whatever that little beast just stole, I'm gonna want it really badly in a minute or two.
How'd you guess?
The last time I was small enough to get into a cave that size, I was 4 years old.
Well, in that case...
Sorry, friend, but your little house is about to get a big front door.
A very big front door.
That looks big enough to squeeze through. It's the critter's empty nest.
I can't actually do anything here yet.
There's something moving in here.
Hello. I need a rib cage.
Scavengers have picked these ribs clean, but the animal can't have been dead very long because the rib cage is still holding together. A thin metal plate with a button on it.
A rod. Use the rod with the hole.
It won't do anything.
Or not.
A place for everything, and everything in its place.
There we are.
A short metal dowel.
That's the ticket.
That's a nice fit.
Right. We use the pole with the dowel. We use the rib cage with the hook. And we use the rod with the cage.
If only I had some bait for this trap. But I'll just have to play sheepdog. There's something moving in here.
Yep. Yeah, that didn't work. Right, so if I look at this hole...
A lot of useless junk collected by that little thief.
This hole.
A lot of useless junk collected by that little thief.
Where is it?
Just unidentifiable junk left by that critter. There's something moving in
there. We are. Nope. I was hoping I could... I'd get back out here.
Just unidentifiable junk left by that critter.
I just saw it go in there.
There's something moving in here.
Right, so I go here. So go down and around. Hello, critter. Ha ha ha!
Now I've got you. If I let you out, you'll head for the place where you hide nice shiny machinery parts. The only trouble is, how am I gonna follow you?
Well, conveniently, I found a bracelet with a tracking device.
It's a small alien critter with an electronic collar. Go, little creature. Roam free, wherever your thieving little heart desires.
Oh, not that.
It's got to be right under here. This is where the tracker's pointing.
Gotta earn this game's name.
What if I hadn't brought this shovel along? No, that's not worth thinking about. The critter sure didn't like that. He took off down one of his tunnels.
Machine part.
Now maybe I can get the door open.
No, don't touch the hook. You're a commander, not a captain.
Now, with any luck, this will work.
Put the cover back on.
Now let's get this thing closed up and see if it works.
And push the button.
Open sesame.
Open says me. Twin scepters.
The scepter seems to have an electrical charge. Another one of these engraved sticks.
Okay, push the button. Nope, nothing.
Oh,
another plate. There we go. Okay, gold one. Let's move. Silver one. Actually, what am I doing? Go the other way. No, that makes no sense. You want to go smallest to biggest. Problem is, I'm sort of looking at the... Wait, so if the sun is there... That is the sun, yes? I didn't want to move it down there. Oh. Or not. Oh. I will remember where it's supposed to go.
Perhaps it's this planet.
Which makes me think...
It's a representation of the smallest moon of this planet. It's the ceiling of the dome.
Egads. Oh. Shouldn't have to feel like I'm brute forcing this. It's clear that I have to get sort of a alignment. I just don't know how to align it. Because I swear it has to be sort of close to the top. doesn't match up. Also, based on what I vaguely remember, surely...
It depicts a planet and its moons. Perhaps it's this planet.
Okay. So that's not the moon?
It depicts a planet and its moons. Perhaps it's this planet.
You'd think... Oh, cease. It'd be nice if there was some sort of feedback here. Right. I am abundantly certain. There we go. And locked back in.
No! Why is that door closing? He didn't steal that part again, did he? I'm trapped in here?
Well, conveniently... Oh. Crack.
There he is. That same little thief holding on to the part he just stole. I'm warning you. You better not be laughing at me because I'll have roast critter to eat before I starve to death in here. Ha! The controls still work on this side.
Indeed. Very convenient. Overlook. Down here to the tram. Thankfully the tram doesn't require so long a walk this time. Zoom. Doors there. Now, the blue rod is used in here. Welcome to the fun house of mirrors. No comment, though. It's kind of befuddling.
This looks like a command center.
But we do get a comment for this.
I can see a tunnel that connects to the island I just came from. This crystal is lifeless. It's an energized crystal.
Right, so we use the blue rod. And the point is to light it up. There we go. Bugger. I honestly didn't mean to do that. Exit. So now that tram that failed to come when we called it before will... Get over here. And I believe it was not that one. Not that one. I have the code for that one. But let's check this one first. Call button was over here. Summon the tram. Why are you going up there? No, don't. No. Why does this spot... Okay, whatever. User interface wants to be silly. I will not play along. Well, it's a bit of a walk, isn't it?
The larger moon is being eclipsed by the smaller one.
Okay.
I can't move this thing with my bare hands. It's half buried in dirt and rubble.
There's a path. Right, another light bridge. Let's bring them forth our convenient travel.
Uh-oh. Looks like the warranty must have run out on this light bridge.
Don't worry, I'll just twiddle the lens a little.
Just needs a little adjustment. Okay, so maybe it needs a little more adjustment.
There we go. What's that giant crystal in the middle look like now? Almost looks like it's pulsating.
It's hard to see anything. I think I can make out some kind of shape. It doesn't look safe to walk there.
No new comment.
The bat things are up on the ceiling.
Let's
What do
let's
I
annoy
have
them.
that can reach clear up there? It's amazing how parallel evolution on two different worlds made bats look completely weird and disgusting in both places. Here you are, Brink. You haven't been answering.
I was busy, trying to concentrate on my work. I don't have time for interruptions.
In other words, you want me to go away.
Those are the right words. Go away.
Charming. I bring a guy back from death, and this is the thanks I get. Quite a drop. Oh, hey, you can just about make out the crystal in the middle of the island. That's quite a nice touch. I've never actually noticed that before.
This looks like some pretty badly deteriorated machinery. Brink. I'm worried that these life crystals may have side effects.
The only side effect is the envy of people who haven't used them.
Have you used more of them?
Their effect on health and intelligence increases with each use.
What about their effect on sanity?
These life crystals are the most important technology ever created. They are the answer to everything.
I prefer Phoenix Downs myself. No side effects. Just plot convenience can cause immunity.
Maggie's worried about you. Okay, I am too.
I'm fine, Commander. I've never felt better.
But we're just...
I am fine!
For a moment he sounded civil, and then he shouted at me.
What's the project you're working on here?
You're not a scientist. There's no way you could understand it.
Oh, I get it. I can figure out alien technologies, turn the power on, work the tram system, adjust the light bridge lenses, repair broken door control panels, and even resurrect one dead scientist. But no, I'd never understand your work.
I know you mean well, Commander Lowe, but I'm not working at the level of ordinary human beings right now.
Dick.
Frank, I'm worried about your health.
Don't be. I've never felt better.
Your behavior isn't rational.
What do you know about my behavior? What do you know about my rationality? No one has ever been healthier or more rational than I am right now.
Uh-huh.
This looks like some pretty badly deteriorated machinery.
Right. Before I go where I have to go, let's check out the other door. The dizziness is empowering. I mean, okay, yes, I get it. It's a gyrosphere, like in Jurassic World, but Ugh. No, I just can't stand the idea of being in one of those. Column's pretty.
There's a huge amount of energy flowing along this column.
Mind you, his words were a bit sequence breaky a second ago. Okay, so diamond, cube, red, red, blue, red. It was diamonds and not... Yeah. Blue sphere. One of these days, I will actually say the right shape. 1 cube blue. Double check that because I've just lost my train of thought. Blue cube. Egads, it doesn't work. Wouldn't have anything to do with the...
Why didn't it work?
Right, so the trick here is I will...
It won't do anything.
Yeah, I figured as much. Never actually tried it with the shovel before.
Let's see if we can pry the cover off.
There we go.
That's it.
Now, we use the wire we got right back at the beginning. Just twiddle it in place.
Let's see if we can get something flowing from this broken conduit on the floor. If I don't electrocute myself in the process. I should have been an electrician.
Aha! Oh, this place has seen better days. And yet the tram will work with no problems. Away we go. Whoosh. Huzzah. I got ledge. There we go. This place. There, look in the background. I wonder if that's going to become relevant later.
This place is as creepy as the forest behind my house when I was a kid. It looks like a grate sealing something off.
So there's a full source and there's a beach. Beach has absolutely nothing at this point in time. Just a pretty vista. Look here.
Water is pouring through that hole at a tremendous rate.
A tremendous rate. Again, this is all something that will become relevant later. Now, there was another pathway up here. The pit. Ah, you're intruding in my home. Let's use green diamond, blue, red, pyramids. Blue pyramid. Red pyramid. I haven't seen that spot yet.
Amazing map system. You don't even have to refold it when you're done.
Yeah, but not exactly portable, is it?
Another broken light bridge.
But there's a difference with this one.
So this is what's in the guts of these machines.
Ah. I think. No, so go this way. Get the green. It's... no, because I can't... So red.
Pretty impressive for someone who never took a class in alien physics.
It wasn't that difficult to sort out. It does take a bit of trial and error, though. Oh, no adjustment required. Bonus. Right. Okay, that really does look like it's breathing at this point.
I can see a door, but can't touch it.
Oh. There's only one more left. Stone plate, let us use the shovel. It is only the most used tool in this game.
Let's see if this plate can be moved. Could this be some sort of burial chamber?
And this is the point that I got stuck as a kid.
There's light seeping through from outside.
Because I didn't know...
I could see better.
Could you not interrupt me? Because I didn't know...
It's a roughly carved hole in the wall.
What to put in the hole. Because I never took the blue crystal
what
after...
could this have had?
I don't know. Ah, my eyes! Ah. Right, so I have powered up the ungodly... Right, now I just have to remember... Ah, there we go. Step on that.
It won't accomplish anything. It won't accomplish anything.
Did I forget to pick something up? Okay, back to the planetarium. I probably can't take the pin again.
The pin fits tightly in the hole.
But the rod...
A thin metal rod.
To go to the tomb spire.
That should hold it.
How that holds it, I have absolutely no idea.
There's something smooth under the dirt. A lens. Light must pass through it down into...
There we go. Well, that doesn't look intimidating at all.
I worry this statue is life-sized. I hope I don't get kicked out for destroying the exhibit.
Yeah, kind of disrespecting the dead there, mate.
This is a pretty elaborate setup for a burial crypt. Something about this old relic must have been important. This is a pretty elaborate setup. This is a pretty elaborate setup for a burial crypt. This is a pretty elaborate setup for a burial crypt. Something about this old relic must have been important.
Yeah. What did I get?
Now we've got some decent lighting. It's jammed.
Oh, okay.
I can't get it out.
Now I just have to remember how I... Back to the map spire. And I need to use this one. So red, 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 blue. Also helps to know what it was. Make certain I don't have to make a second pass. Oh, okay. Now I just need to keep going until it triggers. Convenient.
So there is more to that crypt than I first thought.
And light bridge, tomb, edge, tomb. So I can go up, or I can explore further along. Oh, we have broken bones. Sticks and stones. Ah. Right, yes, that. Genius.
Oh, now suddenly we've got guard dogs. Where did he come from, anyway?
I mean, it's a clever idea. If you've got the life crystals, you just position them so that when the guard dog dies, you just resurrect it.
He just rose up out of a pile of bones near the door, after a crystal fell from the wall. Not a bad system of keeping guard dogs around.
That's what I just
If they die
said.
of old age, just drop a crystal on him and there he is again, barking his brains out.
Aha! Catch. Hello.
Look, it's the ugly twins.
I don't know why anybody would think to themselves that that was the solution they had to do. Bring about another one.
That worked out rather well.
I wonder, can you resurrect them while they're crushed?
Yeah, right. Like I want to revive them now, when they'd be really mad. That'll teach you guys not to mess with Boston Low. Space Commander. I can't get it open.
So there is a slot in the
A
wall.
life crystal fell from this slot and resurrected that guardian creature.
What we use is the first engraved rod we ever got, the one that we cannot actually
It's a
examine.
rod. Engraved. 5 geometric shapes.
Yeah, this one had 5, unlike the others. But this one we just sort of...
The door evaporated when the engraving touched the slot. This is the engraving we found in the shipwreck. The one the first ghost gave us. This must be where the ghost wanted us to come all along.
There's birds in the background. Pyramid. And...
Maggie, I found something. It's far below the tomb, past some pretty ugly guards. A dead alien sealed inside a crystal pyramid.
Sounds like they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
Must have been important to him. A king or something.
Or it terrified them. Remember, this is the land of the life crystals. Dead doesn't necessarily mean dead. Maybe they were trying to keep it from being found and revived.
But this is where the ghost wanted us to go. The key to the last door was the key that the first ghost showed us, back in the ruined spaceship.
Still, you don't have a key to the pyramid, right? Besides, how do you know the ghost is our friend? Brink died by digging where the ghost pointed.
I hate not having enough information.
I'm working as fast as I can to get this stuff translated. I'm so close I can taste it.
Fine, keep working. Call me if you think of anything helpful.
meanwhile, I will go the route of YOLO. Actually.
Looks like a panel.
Nah, really? Huzzah!
He's very tall. Or I'm very short. I wish I didn't keep thinking of the term bite size. Please be friendly. I hope you're friendly. I'm certainly friendly. Let's all be friends.
Laham Chianak Trestelum. Kalatisia Nea Eklash Park.
Tell me about the glowing crystals.
These life crystals. I hope it's okay that we've been kind of borrowing and using them. I mean, good thing, huh? Because here you are.
Zulsen Slack not slack. Iwitsanarum Mainzian.
How does it feel to be alive again after all these years? I can't believe I said something so lame.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything out
Well,
of
hey,
you.
thanks. It's been great talking to you. So long. You can go back to sleep now or whatever.
Laham Chianak Trestelum.
I better tell Maggie about this.
Maggie. Come in, Maggie.
Yes? What?
Maggie, you won't believe what just happened.
Boston, I think I've got it. I've got the language. I can read this stuff now.
Can you speak it? Because I've got this...
But take this inscription here. I'm pretty sure it's talking about...
Maggie?
My mind must be playing tricks on me.
How do you miss
What are
that?
you saying about...
What are you? What do you want?
What's happening? What's going on?
Boston! Brink! Anybody!
Maggie! Brink! Come in, wherever you are, we need you. Something's happened to Maggie. Damn.
Brink, wherever you are, we know where he is. Upsy daisy. Skip the animation. Hello, Brink.
What are you doing here, Lo? I don't want you here.
Charming.
Something happened to Maggie. She needs our help.
Then go help her. What I'm doing here is important.
Hey, if we felt that way about you, you'd still be dead.
You're the tough guy, Lo. You're the hero. Go do your hero activities and let me do the science.
Such a far cry from the guy who agreed with me at the beginning of the game about keeping silence
What do you think
on...
you're doing?
Yeah, what am I doing?
I don't need your help.
No, but I need yours, you complete and utter twat. Oh, where's the mouse? There we are.
What kind of contraption has Brink made here? What kind of contraption has Brink made here?
Oh.
What are you doing with all these life crystals?
I told you to go away. There's nothing here that you're capable of understanding.
Try me. I can see you,
Come on,
Brink,
guys.
so I am going
Let's
to
get a
annoy
look
you.
at you.
No! Go away!
It's a bit of an overreaction.
You thief! Give those back!
I will, Brink. After you help me find Maggie.
I'm not going to waste one moment on such a meaningless task.
Yes, you will, Brink. If you ever want these life crystals back.
You're a miserable bully, Lo. Typical military mind. Pushing other people around.
Right. So follow me and do as you're told. Is that rational enough for you?
Let's go.
Brink. Maggie's in trouble.
Then go help her.
Never mind.
You are such an ass. And we're going to the not planetarium map spire. How'd you get here before me? Hi, Maggie.
Is that you? Are you all right?
Oh.
How can she be all right? She's bound up in that web.
Hi, monster.
This guy is big and nasty. He smells pretty bad, too.
Well, now you're just being mean.
Brink. Unless we want to end up where Maggie is, we've got to get by this thing.
The obvious plan is for one of us to distract him while the other one slips by.
Maybe you are thinking better, Brink. You want to sneak or distract?
I'll be the diversion. Come here, you phlegm, carapace, slime-faced, mucus-brained, furry-legged abductor of luminously intelligent but pulchritudinous earth women. Lo, you idiot! Why are you standing there?
I'm still trying to figure out what you said.
Move your silly buttocks, you fool!
I mean,
Boston, where are you going? I'm over here. Don't leave me.
I'll get to you. I mean, I wasn't actually expecting it to drag me right over here, but...
Where were you? This monster has me trapped.
I've got a
What
plan.
have you been doing? Playing explorer while the monster chases poor Brink?
I'm trying to figure out how to get that monster out of here. There's a waterfall out there and a flood channel leading into here. I just don't know how yet to link them up.
Robbins, talk to me.
Robbins. I've got to find a way to get rid of your six-legged boyfriend once and for all, Maggie.
Just try to do it before he gets rid of me once and for all.
Thanks. It looks like a grate sealing something off. Robbins. Maggie, are you injured?
Not yet, but I'd really like to get out of here before anything worse happens.
Thanks.
Right. Sorry, Maggie, I need to swan off again.
Boston, where are you going? I'm over here. Don't leave me.
I'll get back to you.
At this point, I'm ready to try any damn thing.
And up to date. Down. Can we... Sometimes it just jumps you to where you want to go. Sometimes it gives you this animation.
I think the water I diverted from the waterfall is flowing right to that grate. Robbins. What is that down there by you, Maggie? It looks like a grate sealing something off.
It's a grate sealing something off. What are you doing, Boston?
I think the water I diverted from the waterfall is flowing right to that grate. There should be a lot of pressure behind it.
I'll remember that if I need a bath.
I've got to find a way to get rid of Banks.
Just try to do it before he gets rid of me once and for all.
I don't want to be the one to attract his attention.
Right. I want the monster over here.
I think the water I diverted from the waterfall is flowing right to that grate, routed. What is that down there by you, Maggie?
No, I don't need...
It looks like a grate sealing something off.
It's a grate sealing something off.
What are you doing, Boston?
I think the water I diverted from the waterfall is flowing right to that grate. There should be a lot of pressure behind it.
I'll remember that if I need a bath.
Yep, enough of the sarcasm.
The monster seems kind of possessive about me.
Yeah, he definitely likes me. But I don't like him, Boston, and I'd really appreciate it if you'd get me out of here.
Maggie, are you injured?
Not yet, but I'd really like to get out of here before anything worse happens.
Yeah, you know, I'll just have a conversation with you. Brink.
Brink. There's a grate down by Maggie. If you can lure the monster over toward it, then when Maggie unclogs the grate, the water I diverted will hit it like a fire hose.
This is seriously your plan?
Do you have a better one?
Maggie, can you get the grate open?
Has anybody thought of the fact that if it does spout water like a fire hose, I'm right here?
It's a good point, Maggie. Hold on tight.
How do I hold on tight when I'm unclogging a grate?
That's why you get the big bucks.
Do it then. Just do it. It's only my life anyway.
Commander Boston Lowe, commanding people to do...
You ponderous exoskeleton. You cocoon-eating, lobster-faced, cave-dwelling, arthropoidal elementary sphincter muscle.
Can't you just call it an asshole? Daisy.
Maggie, you made it.
How's my hair?
You're worried about your...
I was joking, Boston. You know, like you strong, manly types do when you just about get killed.
Maggie's safe now. I satisfied our little deal. So give me my crystals and let me get back to work.
Brink, it's time for us to work together on...
I said give them to me! Take one more step closer, Maggie, and you'll wish you were back with that giant lobster.
What a charming fellow.
He sure is weird.
Now what?
I've been getting the feeling that the ghosts want us to help them. As if they were stuck and wanted out.
Stuck how?
Well, the library consoles seem to indicate that they may have left this world for another. What if they want to come back, but can't?
I don't know. How will we go about helping, assuming that's what they want, and they wouldn't eat us when they got back?
Beats me. I'm just interpreting.
Right, now we have Maggie following us.
Robbins. You handled that whole business with the grate pretty well, Maggie.
I hate to admit it, but it was a good idea you had. Not everybody thinks of diverting a waterfall.
Do you have any idea what it was you did to attract the thing to you?
I don't wear perfume, and heaven knows this outfit isn't exactly alluring. I was just sitting there.
Apparently that's enough.
That's usually enough for very lonely men on Earth. As for this monster, I'd just as soon not have another date like that anytime soon.
When I called you before you were kidnapped, I was trying to tell you that it worked. I revived the alien.
Was it angry? Glad?
He didn't kill me, if that's what you mean. He talked to me, but I didn't understand anything he said. Maggie, we've got to find a way to communicate with the alien inventor.
How do you know he's an
I know,
inventor?
Boston. He's the only one who can answer our questions.
He's also the only one who knows for sure how to get us home.
How do we know that that's an alien inventor? Did I miss something?
I never would have found out anything from the map room if there hadn't been all those engraved keys lying around. Almost as if they were left for us.
Only intelligent beings would have been able to figure out how to use them.
Maggie, that's the sweetest thing you've ever said to me.
I meant any being over the intellectual level of, say, a baboon.
Oh, now you're making me blush.
Well, let's go
Thanks.
visit the alien. Wrong way. No,
Robbins.
don't talk to her again.
Never mind.
This way. This way. This way. To the light bridge. Tomb. Edge. Tomb. Onto the crypt. Take your time. And we ride the pizza slice down. Hello, dead doggos. Goodbye, dead doggos. Hello, alien carcass. Oh, bloody Nora. Brink stole my life crystals. Because of course he did. Why should I expect anything else? Outside, path, light bridge, museum. Somehow you're here in front of me. Down, tram, broken door. Grab the life crystals.
Maybe I should take one more life crystal. It won't do.
Let's just grab 4, I suppose. Why 4? I don't know. It doesn't feel right not having at least 4. Tomb, edge, tomb, climb the crypt. The unskippable descent. Still a dead creature. And we use the life crystals on the corpse.
Here's where my alien education either pays off or we die.
Die?
As long as I don't accidentally offend him, we'll be okay.
Aklash Park.
Aklash Park.
He says, open your mouth, which is their way of saying speak.
You do the talking, Maggie, so you can understand each other.
Speak.
Open your mouth. I'll have to use that in conversation at some point. Open your mouth.
The creatures who live here now, did you people know of them, or did they come later?
Millions of years have passed since then. What once were pets or companions have followed their own evolutionary paths. They have become as beautiful or as terrible, as clever or as stupid as it was in them to be.
There's water everywhere in these islands. Waterfalls, pools, and the sea all around.
We love the water, but now my people live in an eternal desert, neither drinking nor thirsting. If only they could thirst again, and then drink. If only they could dive into the sea and hear the roaring of the waterfall.
The monster who captured me, are there any more of them?
That one did not evolve. It was made, and there are as many of them as are needed.
Who are you, Honored One?
The bringer of misfortune.
Please tell me who you are.
I am the doer who undoes, the creator who uncreates. And yet, I would gladly be the destroyer who undestroys, the dangerous one who protects.
The map helped us find you. Did you create it?
It was created by those who now wish only to find themselves.
The language of the library was a great achievement. It was so clear and surprisingly easy to learn.
The greater the idea, the simpler and clearer the language needed to express it.
Did you invent the life crystals? To raise the dead is the greatest achievement we've seen.
What raises the dead can debase the living.
Are there side effects to the crystals?
What the crystals create is not a life, but a slave.
So when the life crystals restore you, you aren't really alive?
They restore the cells and the organs, but take away all that made the life worth living.
Then why did you make them?
Our society became obsessed with living eternally. I underestimated the breadth and danger of the obsession. The crystals are the second worst mistake I made.
The second worst.
Why is this inscription in another kind of writing?
I did not write it. I would not have written it.
I can read it, but the meaning isn't clear. It speaks of something hidden.
It was the first achievement on the road to my greatest error, the one that condemned my people.
The light bridges are magnificent. We never dreamed that people could walk on light.
Ah, yes. We were happily surprised at how convenient those light strands turned out to be. If we had known, we would not have bothered to build the trams.
If you were surprised that the lights could be used as bridges, what did you create them for?
When all the bridges are complete, the eye will see.
As opposed to right
When
now?
you say the eye will see, you aren't talking about our eyes, are you?
An eye that can see the 3 dimensions of time, as well as the 3 dimensions of space. It will show you beauty beyond belief. But once you have seen Space-Time 6, will you ever see Space-Time 4 again? The eye may be open, but the mind hasn't the strength to see.
What are the ghosts we saw? Are they alive?
My people all traveled to the realm of Space-Time 6, where 3 dimensions of time join to the 3 dimensions of space. It is indescribably beautiful, but they can build nothing there. They can create nothing. They just exist, on and on with empty lives and hearts that long for this hard and stony world.
The ghosts are your people, then?
Their connection to this world is so slight. They can disturb the energy in the air. They can make themselves visible for a few moments. But they can't build anything here. They will live forever, but it is not life.
Is it impossible for your people to come back?
It takes enormous strength of will to leave that place and come back to this one. They have all tried. They have all failed. And now they have been away too long. They have lost the physical memory of how to live here in Space-Time 4.
Why did the ghosts lead us to you?
Some of them foolishly hope that if I help you open the gateway again, you might have the strength to lead them home, to let them remake their bodies here. But I am sure that all that would happen is you, too, would be lost in Space-Time 6.
The metal plates we found, what are they?
They are authority and power. Each shape has a meaning. And when they are fitted together, they have a new meaning.
If we put the control plates in the triangle, what will happen?
You will open the door to beauty without boundaries, and to trouble without end.
Ominous.
Speak plainly. Tell us who you are.
Once I was hailed as the greatest mind my people ever produced. I tried to bring them power and happiness. I gave them power to leave this world, to leave their bodies, to enter an existence as pure mind, eternally perfect. But I could not give them the power to return and reclaim their abandoned bodies, their decaying world. They are lost and cannot return.
Have you a name?
I had a name when I was alive. Now that I am again and again dead, what need have I for names? My body is now so ancient that the crystals scarcely have power over me. I rise for a few minutes, and then I fall again. Soon, I will cease to rise at all. Only then will my grief end. I want no name or memory to live after me.
Tragic.
Why was your tomb so carefully hidden?
So only the most persistent, the most clever, and therefore the most dangerous of visitors would find me.
Why has your body been preserved so carefully?
Since all the evil in this place was my fault, I chose to be its guardian forever.
If what you did was bad, why do the museum displays give you so much honor?
There was a time when my creations were thought to be good. I believed it myself, or I would never have created them.
How long will you remain here?
Until the last of my mistakes is rectified, or until the life crystals lose their power out of miserable death.
We want to go home.
That is the wish of all living creatures. It is a vain wish, for there is no true home. All intelligence wanders, and has no rest.
Speak for yourself.
The probe you sent out brought us here. We want to go back to our home planet.
Another one of our terrible mistakes. We sent out those probes when we thought we had found the glorious secrets of the universe. We could not call them back. Thus, I remain here to warn all those who come in answer to an invitation we wish we had not sent.
Warning us won't do any good unless we can get back home to Earth to tell other humans.
There are two ways to protect your planet. One is if you return and warn them to stay away. The other is if you never return at all. Which warning do you think will be more effective?
Yeah, but I'd rather go with the less effective one if I get to
Tell
go
us how to
home.
get back to Earth. I beg you.
If my people could return from Space-Time 6 where they have gone, they would rebuild the starport. They would make a crystal ship which would take you back to your planet. But they will never find their way back home.
Oh, I agree. It really is an amazing game. I played this as a kid and...
Thank you for helping us.
yeah, it stuck with me.
You when you give up your foolish plan.
We're not giving up.
My only consolation is that true death comes closer with each dying.
Good job of translating, Maggie.
He speaks very slowly and clearly. But I'm also pretty damn good.
Right. I believe what I have next to do is go where this will
I just
actually
wish
be.
I understood why they preserved him for so long.
To answer our questions.
I think part of the problem with the reputation this game had is compared to what Steven Spielberg originally wanted from it, this is very much cut down. Originally it was going to have a survival element to it rather than the typical point and click puzzling. I will articulate my thoughts properly at some point. So yeah, originally it was going to be like, well, it's one of those trends these days, the whole survival genre of you have to gather your food, gather your resources. That was the original plan with this, on top of being a point and clicker. So yeah, I think the hate might well be the lost opportunities therein. But that's just my take. Oh Jesus, was it really that long? I knew it had a long development time, I didn't realise it was that long. Oh God, that means it was under development while the year I was born. Too serious. What balls is that? I mean, I suppose, yeah, if Monkey Island and Sam and Max set the trends, then... But at the same time, the other LucasArts game I really liked was Full Throttle, and I wouldn't say that one was a comedic masterpiece, though it did have hilarious moments.
Robbins.
Okay.
Now that you can read the library inscriptions, can you make any sense out of this?
It didn't even look like the same language to me before. But now I can see the relationship between this writing and the things I read in the library.
What does it say?
It seems to be talking about an important thing, I don't know what, that was hidden.
Any hints about where?
On the other side of the hole. so that none may enter.
DOTT. Which one was
Then it tells how
DOTT?
to, pull back this part
I'm
of
probably going to
entrance,
feel like an idiot.
whatever that means. It's pretty vague.
There are some things that man was not meant to understand.
Yeah, but this one even woman is having a hard time with.
Ah, don't have the tentacle. Yeah. So, all 4 sub-project leaders, I definitely liked all of their work.
Thanks.
Yeah, so all 4 of those project leaders, I definitely agreed with all of their work.
Now that you can read the
Although
library
Day of the
inscriptions, can you make any
Tentacle,
sense
I
out of
didn't
this?
get to play until I was an adult. I missed that one as a
It didn't even
kid.
look like the same language to me before.
Did I just repeat
But
it?
now I can
Oh.
see the relationship between this writing and the things I read in the library.
What does it say?
It seems to be talking about an important thing, I don't know what, that was hidden
Any hints about where?
on the other side of the hole, so that none may enter. Then it tells how to, pull back this part of entrance, whatever that means. It's pretty vague.
There are some things that man was not meant to understand.
Yeah, but this one even woman is having a hard time with.
Trying to remember where I had to go next. I'm missing something. I am absolutely certain. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah. I remember reading the novelisation by Alan Dean Foster way back when as well. Although, I remember only really liking it because it was an adaptation of The Dig, less because it was itself a really amazing read. Yeah, the developments, because I remember doing research on The Dig myself at some point, and yeah, there was the one of the cut characters was the Japanese guy, right? Trying to remember, it's been years since I've even thought about this. Red diamond, red cube, blue cube. Ah, Japanese woman, okay. But yeah, when you look at the box art still included her so 4 astronauts rather than just the 3. Yeah, diamond. Did I go past it? I'm losing track of my mind. That wasn't helpful. Am I missing something? That wonderful moment where I know I'm missing something, but I can't remember what. Oh, thank you. think you're the first follow I've gotten. Other than a friend who mostly did it out of obligation. I never did play Phantasmagoria. That one, again, I think as a kid I was very dependent on what my dad actually bought, and Phantasmagoria is one that he gave a pass. I think first time I ever even heard of Phantasmagoria was, I think it was the Spoony Ones video way back when. Okay, now I need to remember what I'm doing. Yeah, he played Phantasmagoria 2, but one of his first FMV Hell videos brought up Phantasmagoria. I distinctly remember basically the first clip I ever saw of the game was the pendulum blade going into What's-Her-Face's head. Followed by Spoony going, "Ooh, you do not get much more owned than that!" Walking in circles while I try to remember what I'm missing. Two, maybe? No. I spoke to him about every topic. Suppose I could talk to him again, just in case he's got any... Conversations with Curtis. I'll put that on the to watch list, because that does sound pretty good. Or Curtis Craig. I heard that, Curtis. Of them. Oops. I've gone really quiet all of a sudden because I am trying to rack my brain and work out what I've missed. I go through nearly the whole game, remembering nearly everything, and now I'm just on the one thing I apparently cannot remember. Go me. Oi. Talk to me. So I vaguely recall him. He was supposed to give me another rod.
I can read it, but the meaning isn't clear. It speaks of something hidden.
It was the first achievement on the road to my greatest error. The one that condemned my people.
Okay. That's not helpful.
If we put the control plates in the triangle, what will happen?
You will open the door to beauty without boundaries. And to trouble without
You're just
end.
repeating yourself.
How long will you remain here?
Until the last of my mistakes is rectified, or until the life crystals lose their power out of miserable death.
I'll feel like a right tool if I have to look up the one single thing I'm missing. Say something profound. That's not going to help. He's just going to repeat himself with everything, isn't he?
Thank you for helping us.
Help yourselves by giving up.
Yeah.
Never look into the impossible eye. You don't have the strength to return from that place.
Never tell me never. I might have been on the wrong beach. That might have been a problem. So I definitely know it's not the beach and the museum. Planetarium, nope. Was there a different beach? Ah. Ah ha ha ha! I was in the wrong room. There we go. I feel like a complete and utter moron.
It's shimmering. A light that doesn't seem real. As if it's just on the edge of existence.
It makes me think of something. Something I saw earlier. Or maybe I read it.
Yes, now I can give you the blimmin'
Can
tablet.
you look at this inscription, Maggie? Does it say anything that might help?
Did you just throw it at her or something?
It wasn't clear to me before, but now I can see. Boston. It exactly describes that strange field of almost light.
What does it say?
It's a set of instructions. Now it makes perfect sense.
Huzzah.
I just twist this.
Everything's so simple when you read the directions.
If we didn't know better, we'd think that island had been there for 1,000,000 years.
Yes. So now we go down the island.
This island was brought back from another dimension.
Could have done more with that mechanic, I suppose, but
What was
trouble
so
development.
important that they left us exact instructions on how to get here?
Maybe that metal plate over there.
Yes, the last plate.
That's the fourth one. If it's like the metal plates on Attila, these four should fit together in that triangle matrix.
Yes, but there's no guarantee that putting them together will take us anywhere we want to go.
You have the most cheerful thoughts, Ms. Robbins.
If you had been abducted by a monster and then half drowned, you might be pessimistic too.
But you lived, didn't you? And your hair looks terrific again.
You sure know how to make a girl feel good.
We'd better go find Brink again. In case these metal plates do the job.
He threatened to kill me the last time I saw him. Maybe it would be safer if we leave him and send an expedition back to get him later. An armed expedition.
There's no guarantee we'll ever get back. For all we know, this is a one-way trip.
You're right. We can't leave him. He scares me, Boston. Worse than the monster.
They're both just hungry for something.
But Brink is smarter, more dangerous.
We're smart too. Let's go.
Up we go.
That was a powerful one.
Commander Lowe! Can you hear me?
Brink, we're looking for you. We've got the last of the metal plates and we...
Listen to me, Commander. I'm trapped. I need your help.
Where are you?
It's near one of the light bridges. An arched bridge over a waterfall, and then into a crevice in the rock. You must have been there. You're the one who's been turning on all the light bridges, aren't you?
Hold tight, we're on our way.
Hold tight! Very funny.
Pit. Opening. Opening. Fortunately, I know where he is. No messing around with... And then I go to the wrong bloody spire. Yep. Planetarium. Ah, the crevice.
You've just got your hand jammed in the rock? I thought you were in real trouble, Brink.
When would it be real trouble, Commander? When it's your hand?
I don't go sticking my hand in the cracks.
I was reaching for a life crystal, and then the rock shifted. My circulation is cut off. No blood is getting to my hand. You can't pull me out, Commander. Don't leave me to die here, even if you have to cut off my hand.
Don't be so dramatic, Brink. Nobody's going to cut off your hand.
Don't make promises you might not be able to keep, Maggie.
Are you serious? He's just got a stuck hand.
It's a race to see whether gangrene kills him before he dies of thirst or starvation.
You'd cut it off.
Of course he would. The military trains you to recognize necessity, and do it.
It would be easier if I had anything to cut it with.
Chew it off, then!
Oh, I would, Brink. But human teeth can't bite through bone.
After all that's happened to us, this may be the most horrible.
Do something, Commander! Do it now!
Oh, look, Brink. Remember when you insulted me over digging up that grave? Oh, how convenient that I did so. Ha 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 ha.
You're going to saw off his hand with a jawbone?
The teeth are razor sharp.
What about anesthetic?
Do it, Commander!
Brace yourself, Brink. I can't believe you endured so much pain without fainting.
I'm fine. But I'll need more crystals.
Come with us to the Triangle Matrix. We've got all the metal plates. You think it's gonna take us home?
You don't know where it's going to take you. I'd rather gather more life crystals.
What if it does take us home, Brink? What if we can't come back and get you? Do you want to stay here forever? Then what will happen to your research into the life crystals?
Yes, I see your point. I'll go with you to try out these metal plates. But if it doesn't get us home, then you two will stop interfering with me from then on. All right? You agree we have a deal?
Agreed.
All right, all right.
Well, I mean, you don't physically see the soaring, and considering Watership Down has a worse scenes to look at, I can sort of understand. Sort of. It's the whole you can't physically see it, it's only implied mentality.
That should do it.
Do what? What's happening?
Nothing is happening, that's what.
That's not exactly nothing, Brink.
It's a door. You think Earth is on the other side? I think nothing is on the other side.
What did you expect? The Tooth Fairy to come and fly us all home? The door opened. Let's go see what's in there.
We had a deal. I came, these metal plates did not take us home, and now you will have to leave me alone forever. You gave me your word, and I expect you to keep it.
He is definitely insane.
Is that your opinion as a journalist?
It's my opinion as a sane person.
Well, your opinion is worth far more than Brink's at this point. Call the tram.
I saw something like this in the museum display. This machine was the greatest of the inventor's achievements.
What does it do?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Do you think it might send us home?
Right now, it's doing nothing.
Console. I have a vague memory of what's going to happen later. Perfect fit. It's not a point and click game if you don't touch everything.
I don't know how to work these controls.
Hehe.
I don't know what to do with this device.
Get off my light bridge lens.
Sorry, Bird. You'll have to find a new home. It doesn't look safe to walk there.
Anything new to say about it now?
I can almost feel the surface.
Descriptive. Let's go talk to the inventor again. Tomb. Edge. Tomb. This is where I find out I didn't click on the one thing needed to progress.
Speak.
Aha. Alien device island.
The island we found, where was it hidden?
It left this reality, but only a little way. It can come back, because it never fully left.
The island moves in and out of our reality?
It loses substance with every passage. We thought we could take our world with us into space-time 6. It could not be done.
When something leaves our reality, where does it go?
To a place where time is infinite in all directions. But because it does not move along a single line, it can never be predicted or controlled. Those who go there from here cannot change anything. They are nothing but observers. Forever.
Does a really good job of making ascending to a higher plane of existence sound like its own special brand of hell, doesn't it?
The machine in your laboratory, what does it do?
Where the lights all shine, it opens the eye.
The eye. Does that mean the crystal at the meeting place of the light bridges? The machine generated this eye.
The eye sees into all space and time. And where the eye sees, the mind can fly.
Was this eye the doorway into the place where your people went?
A door that can be crossed only one way.
You don't know that. If someone has a strong enough tie to reality...
Do you think you are stronger than all my people? Even they, the strongest race known, could not overcome the temptation before it was too late.
Ego much?
If we bring your people back to this world, then they can build a starship to take us home to Earth. It's our only chance. Maybe we'll fail, but you must let us try.
Since you think you are stronger and wiser than my people, I will let you have the fruit of your pride. I will tell you how to find the piece I hid, if you know how to ask. But it will cost you more than you ever imagined.
Please, don't play any more games with us. Where is the missing piece?
You cannot understand what will begin if you activate the eye. You cannot bear to pay what it will cost you.
Yes, you've warned us. Now where is the piece?
Go to the map with this message and see what it shows you. I have said enough.
Thank you for helping us.
Help yourselves by giving up. Never look into the impossible eye. You don't have the strength to return from that place.
Right, now I go to where I made the mistake earlier. When I went to the wrong beach. There is a slight detour I have to make, but it's not really a detour because it's right in the path anyway. Right. To the map. I shall. Okay, red diamond. Two, three, four. That's a green, blue, blue, red. Come on. Hurry up. Blue. Blue. Oh, botherations. Of course it would be right at... Take the long route. I know that spot.
So that's where the part is.
Assuming he gave us the right code.
Oh, not that way. You fool.
I wish I knew what's going to happen when I get this piece back in place.
Aha! And now I have this sinking suspicion that Brink was an obnoxious ass. It's not a sinking suspicion, really. I know he's an obnoxious ass. Oh, the cathedral. I have absolutely no control right now. It's going to make us watch the walk the entire way automatically. Where were you hiding?
Where have you been?
Where have we been?
I need your crystals. All of them. Right now!
Come on, Brink. How many crystals can one man use?
Not for me, you fools. I need them for my machine. For science. Research. Give them to me!
Machine? What are you talking about?
I'm through talking! I'm not going to let anybody stand between me and the greatest scientific achievement in history.
Oh, don't give them to him.
I only have these few crystals left, Brink, but I'll be glad to share some of them if you want.
All of them! You didn't share anything, Lo. I took them! And it's a good thing you didn't fight me. I would have killed you to get these.
Oh no, I'm so scared of the one-armed man.
You two will be nothing but a footnote in the annals of my achievements.
He didn't damage the machine part, did he?
Nope, he wasn't interested in the machine part. He just took the only 2 crystals I need. Actually, that's the point. Do I have to... Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight to Brink. This is where I find out that going straight to Brink doesn't trigger the next thing. Outside. Yep. Tomb. Cave. No scaring him off with bloody bats this time.
Get away from here!
No.
I won't let you break my life crystal machine!
We don't want to break anything.
My machine isn't working yet.
Yes, gloat if you want to.
I've studied all the inscriptions. Maggie's not the only one who can decipher strange languages. I followed the plans I found, but there's still something missing, and without it the machine won't work. So if you think you can steal my life crystals again, Commander Lo, think again. I'll kill you first, and believe me, no one will ever revive you.
Actually, you've robbed me twice, and I only robbed you once. So you're still one ahead.
Don't joke with me!
Don't joke with him, Boston.
This must be the part for the eye machine.
Ah.
Go away! My work is very important. You can't possibly understand what I'm doing here.
Brink. I think I know what piece is missing from your machine.
How can you know anything about this? You're not a scientist. You're just a strutting tin soldier.
I think it's the same piece that the eye generator needed. I think it's the key to all this technology. The alien inventor hid it because without it, none of the machines he considers dangerous will work.
Why would the creator of life crystals think they were dangerous?
Because the crystals make you feel so good that they take over your life. All you care about is getting more of them. He said it was the second worst mistake he'd made.
And the worst mistake?
The eye.
So you and Maggie, you keep telling me I'm crazy. But you plan to make an even worse mistake.
I'll make you a deal, Brink.
Yes, like the deal you made before. I keep my part, but you go back on it.
I didn't go back on it. I just wanted to talk about it with you first.
No deals with liars and thieves.
Brink, you need what I have to make your machine work. But if it works, then you'll have plenty of life crystals, right? You could share them with us and it wouldn't cost you anything, right?
If you have the missing parts, yes.
That's my deal. Your machine, my part. 50-50 on the life crystals.
I know you plan to cheat me.
We won't even come near the machine when it's running. You divide up the life crystals.
Then what's to stop me from keeping them all?
Because I am trained as a military man, Brink. And if I ever actually decide to fight you, I don't care how strong and healthy you are. You will lose. And then I will take them all. Got it?
Get your missing part and put it in my machine. Even liars and thieves can bargain as long as they watch each other very carefully.
Half the life crystals, Brink. Remember?
You don't scare me, you hairless monkey.
You say that. You kept coming to me for help.
I just don't know how yet to link them up.
Okay.
Remember our deal, Brink. I fix your machine, I get half the life crystals.
But
really emphasizing that.
I remember very well.
I just don't know how yet to link them up.
Oh, there's the slot.
It fits perfectly. This is how the aliens designed the life crystal machine to work.
Nothing's happening.
Yes, it is. It's vibrating. Be patient. Who knows how fast it's supposed to work? We'll just have to wait.
Suits me fine. We'll split them 50-50, right?
Of course.
50-50. Look, there's one. And another.
2.
Is that all? Just 2? I need more than 2.
I don't know about that, Brink, but it's a sure thing I need more than 1. You still have all the crystals you stole from me and every other place on these islands.
Don't touch them!
50-50, you said, Brink. Well, you must have hundreds of life crystals. It's not even 50-50 if I take these 2.
I knew you were a liar and a cheat.
You weren't gonna let me have even one of these.
I'll make the machine even better. It will produce more.
Not till we're gone, it won't. I need that machine part to run the eye generator.
You will take nothing from this machine, you lying thief!
Once the eye is working, you can either come back with us to Earth, or you can stay here, take the part out of the eye generator, and put it back in your own machine. Just have a little patience.
You're telling a druggie to have patience. Mine.
No! My machine is stopping! You've wrecked my machine!
I didn't call it wrecked.
Dead man!
Brink, please. We don't have to fight. You can have the part back after we're done with it.
Everything you say is a lie!
Maggie, tell him.
If you say a word, Maggie, I'll kill you too!
Brink, don't make me hurt you.
You won't hurt me when you're dead!
Oh. That was such a weak death.
Oh, Maggie, please believe me. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want him dead.
It wasn't Brink who died here. Brink died when he fell down the hole when we first arrived. What just fell over the cliff was someone else. Someone alien. Created by those death crystals.
Maggie, are we making an even worse mistake? By activating the eye?
Staying in this world any longer than we have to, that's the worst mistake we could make. We've got to do anything we can to survive.
But what if we die trying?
Don't you get it, Boston? This place is worse than death. I'd rather die than stay here.
Yeah, that was such a weak death. Boston made all the words. He bigged himself up as pointing out, I'm the military man. In a fight, I can take you if I actually decide to. And instead, how does Bink die? He loses his balance because he tries to lift a heavy slab with one arm. One hand and one stub. That was so weak. So you wanted to go with the whole Boston didn't want to kill him bit. You can just have it that when he threw Brink to the ground, he misjudged the angle or something and he fell off the edge. You didn't have to have, I pick a fight with you. Ooh, oh no, I lost my balance. Ah! Right, in there, in there.
The crystals Brink died for.
Also, I did not reuse the machine, so I'm not going to get the bad ending.
Alien was right. This thing has already killed one of us. But it's back in place.
And now I assume I have to talk to Maggie.
It's a row of crystalline devices.
Ah. Maggie, where are you? Aren't you supposed to be following me? There you are.
Robbins. You're the one who read the alien books. What exactly happens when we turn it on with enough life crystals in it?
It would have taken me years to read everything, Boston. And I didn't understand half of what I read. But there's no doubt that this machine is dangerous. The alien warned us it might cost us more than we expected.
What does that mean?
It might mean that just turning on the machine might kill us.
You mean he booby-trapped the thing?
I mean that the machine may draw on more than life crystals. It may drain the life out of whoever uses it.
Then I'm running the controls.
Don't be absurd. It might do nothing, too. Or it could kill whoever isn't at the controls. I just want to tell you.
No goodbyes. We're gonna make it home together, Maggie.
I'm not sentimental, Boston. I wasn't going to say goodbye. I just want you to promise me something.
After you saw me break every promise I made to Brink, you want me to make another one to you?
What happened with Brink couldn't be helped, Boston. I know you'll keep your word with me.
What's the promise?
If I die and you live, don't use any life crystals on me. Don't revive me. Do you understand?
Are you sure?
I saw what Brink became. I don't want that to happen to me. You wouldn't be saving Maggie Robbins. You'd be creating a monster with my memories, my face. Don't do it. Promise me.
I promise, Maggie. And vice versa, okay?
All right.
And now you tell me the truth about something, Maggie. Are you sure you didn't find out somewhere that something bad happens to the person at the controls of this machine?
Boston, I don't know any more than you do about what will happen when I switch this thing on.
If that's a lie, I'm gonna be really ticked off, Maggie.
Yeah, I know. Here we go. It's stuck. I'll have to pry it open.
Be careful.
Ah!
Maggie! Maggie, you liar! You knew this would happen.
The eye.
It worked. The eye is restored.
Worth it then. Go home.
Maggie.
Aha, now the bad ending would be I revive her, breaking the promise. Or sarcastic Maggie. I mean, at the end of the day, the ending is still largely the same. It's just Boston gets us some comeuppance for breaking his promise. Right. Let's cross the light bridge. Egad. Of course.
I should have known the inventor would have one more trick up his sleeve.
Let's provoke dog. Whoop, 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 whoop.
That was the inventor's last chance to stop me. I will get out into Space-Time 6. I will bring the people of this place back home, and they will build me a starship that will take me back to Earth.
The eye.
Who knew? Another island. But this one is floating hundreds of feet above the ground. I guess this is the real test. Can a practical guy from Earth do what all the builders of this place failed to do? Can I go into Space-Time 6 and still find my way back to reality? Only one way to find out.
I don't think I've ever actually examined the portal.
It must be the portal into Space-Time 6.
Fair enough. It's a very to-the-point answer. And with this click of the button, I have finished the game.
It's beautiful. A guy could get lost here real easy. No. No, I'm not going any farther into this place. I'm staying here, where I can get back out again.
You are as strong as we hoped, human.
I can understand you.
In Space-Time 6, all living minds communicate perfectly. You stand at the doorway, human. You show us all the pathway back to life. To reality. To a place where we will someday die, yes, but we will have a life before we die.
Every past and future. I can see them all, but which one is real?
Go back now, human. Take me home. My people have their bodies, their bones, their lives again. We owe you a great debt, Commander Lowe.
All I want, now that my friends are dead, is to go back to Earth and tell the story of how they died.
Why not let them tell their own story?
I wish.
You knew the way home, but I know all the other paths through time and space.
Wait, don't go back there.
I have brought you a gift.
Old Man Brink.
Maggie. Brink. You're alive again.
We were lost, but this being found us and led us back.
Maggie, I thought I'd lost you forever.
So you really didn't try to resurrect me with the crystals?
No, I promised you. And besides, what the crystals bring back from death, it wouldn't have been you.
I know, Boston. You kept your word. And yet, you did find a way to bring me back from death.
It wasn't me, but I'm glad you're here.
And I'm free of the madness of the crystals, too. You did it, Lo.
No, it was our friend here.
No, the credit belongs to you. We once revered a great inventor because he opened the door to unchanging eternity. But you opened the passageway back into true life.
All I am is a guy who wants to get back home.
Already my people are preparing a great crystal starship to take you there.
But we can come back, can't we?
You and any others who wish to come. You are a young people, strong and full of hope and passion. We have much to teach you, and you have much to share with us as well. There will be friendship between our species forever.
I hope you're right. Not all human beings are as, nice as us.
Oh, I know that. All young species are alike that way. But don't worry. If any of your people try to pick a fight, we'll mash them like bugs.
Oh, well, that's not worrying at all.
The ship is almost ready. Go home and tell your people what has been accomplished here.
Telling the people, that's Maggie's job.
And getting us home, that was yours. You did it, Boston.
Thank you, Boston.
We all thank you, Boston Lowe.
Ah, you're young again, Brink. Based on a concept by Steven Spielberg. Additional story by Steven Spielberg. Art style Bill Icahn, Peter Chan, William Tiller. Adam Schnitzer. I like that name actually, Adam Schnitzer. Bask in the music. Oh. Okay, there was some hiccups. Some bits that I feel didn't age quite as well as I remember in my brain. But the story... yep. I think the only downside, and this is a downside of the genre in general, it feels really short when you know what to do, and even though it's been years since I last played this game. Yeah, other than one hiccup where I went to the wrong place and I breezed through that because even years later I still remember how to do it. So, but yeah. For me, music's brilliant. I like the concept of the story. I'll play this again in a couple of years. I will end up beating it in 4 hours with change. Well, that's all I have time for. A thank you to those who watched the stream. Though you are few in number, I appreciate you watching all the same. And to those who are watching the YouTube uploads, I bid you adieu. I will see you guys next time. Until then.